Hello. I'm going to let this warm up for a minute before we start programming and stuff. I'll read a little paragraph of a paper. What article is this? It is one that Tim Sweeney just tweeted. You can see the link. I'll put the link in chat, even though probably Twitch chat doesn't show to new people who show up. I don't know if it does. Didn't we hire someone not too long ago? I mean, the last programmer we hired was in 2019. It was a while ago. We didn't hire anyone in 2020. I might have posted, but I don't think we hired anyone off that post. In part because, again, 2020 made things weird and scrambled. I did post about wanting to hire someone. Yes. Anyway. I'm going to warm up some tea. I want some tea, and then we'll go. Hello, rating people. We're just getting started. We are about to do some compiler bug fixing, and in the meantime, while people show up on the stream, I am warming up some tea and reading a paper. I also do not know how to hack strawberries. If you are coming here to know how to hack strawberries, I mean, I guess you do it with a fruit knife, but you know. Also, I will eat some calories that do involve fruit but do not involve strawberries. You're right, Fruit Ninja is pretty good at hacking strawberries. Large strawberries. Tea water is almost done, at which point we will begin. I mentioned someone in the Democratic primaries that was ignored. I probably was talking about Andrew Yang, yeah. All right, we have the tea. Now we can program. Okay. Sometime last night off stream. Oh, I was trying to debug this one. That was a bug report sent in. And I do not know what the problem is yet. This should work. It doesn't work because the copier is somehow not duplicating appropriate flags. But I don't actually know why, because it looked like it did. So we're going to break. We're going to break in that call, in sort arguments, probably. This might be annoying. We'll see. Line 8. And we'll probably get some false positives. There's probably a flag on the procedure call itself or something. Let's see. Come on. Oh, this Visual Studio bug is so stupid. Oh, wait, I'm in the wrong window. Never mind. It's not even that bug. All right. Oh, now I'm having that bug. You can't delete the first line sometimes. I think if it's also the last line or something. I'm on it. I'm hitting delete. It doesn't delete. All right. Call or site file name. Polymorph. Okay, this is the right one. So for some reason, it doesn't think this is varargs. Wait, no, it does. Oh, wait, no, that's uninitialized. Okay. So, right, the type of the procedure is, this is probably the problem. Yeah. So really, we need to look at the infer of procedure call and see why it's not varargs. And it's probably something simple like the call itself needs to be flagged. Oh, no, not the call, actually, not the call. No, the procedure itself. My brain is still warming up, everybody. That's not the procedure call. That's the procedure. So maybe here? Right. Oh, it's a different, oh, right. Yeah, duh. Guys, my brain isn't braining yet. In the membrane. There we go. I don't see varargs yet. Where's frickin' varargs? Do we set it in the parser only? Type definition contains varargs. This would be a remnant of a very lost age when I did a lot of things in the parser. Contains. Okay, who sets this? Check varargs and uptake flag. Really? I feel like the promise that polymorph does that is perhaps incorrect. Time to pour the tea so it doesn't oversteep. Glad you liked the video. Glad you liked the stream. Sometimes I get grumpy, but I'll do my best to be a good streamer. Especially on Valentine's Day. Wait, is Valentine's Day, that's just a USA thing? Or do they do that in Europe and Asia and stuff? I don't know. Sometimes Asia copies US holidays to have more holidays, but Europe too? Oh, okay. But it's like Valentine's night in Europe now. Okay. You postponed. I would probably keep postponing my Valentine's Day for 7 days, every 7 days. It's kind of a creepy holiday. I don't like it. Valentine's Day is a Roman thing. I could see that. It makes sense. It makes sense. So it is worldwide. Yeah, the no CWD thing is fixed. It's been reported by like 3 people. It's fixed. Okay. So this uptake flag function is supposed to be called from polymorph it's being called and put arguments into lambda. Does polymorph call that? Supposedly. So let's just see what happens. Like, I don't know why this doesn't work. Let's see what happens in so the procedure is line 3. So we're going to go to there for line 3, and we're going to skip the one that's getting called from the parser. Visual Studio is terrible. Let's recompile. All right. That's being called from the parser, so we skip. Check function header. Oh, that's my other breakpoint. Whoops. I was like, wait, why is that calling this? Okay, here we go. Resolve, that's my other, wait, what? Polymorph is not calling this. Why not? Did I think I could skip it? Probably. Make lambda from proposal. Okay, so the problem is as follows. This function is not polymorphic itself. It is not being polymorph. Polymorphing a varargs function works. Copying a varargs function because it's inside the body of another polymorphic thing doesn't. So it's the copier that doesn't do this. Now maybe I should just copy the frickin' flag. But let's not, no, that should only be for syntactic things. So, something like this, what was it called? Interp defen flags and arguments. Interp. Because I guess we do it on structs too. Something like that. Great. Great. We win. I mean, this program probably doesn't do anything, but fixed. Theoretically, let's make sure we didn't break anything. We'll do debug build tests, which will take a little bit. And we'll also do tests on the game. I stretched the window to weird proportions so that I could test console being crammed in and whether the word wrapping works correctly and reflows when I expand the window. And it does. So that's great. Okay. And these tests all passed. Fix copier not correctly flagging lambdas based on their arguments. I'll put this in the change log for the people. Fixed procedures not correctly being copied sometimes when they have arguments requiring special handling, for example, varargs procedures inside polymorphic procedures. Great. This beta is going to have a lot of stuff in it. 100K? No, we're at like 250,000 lines of code per second. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Like, if I build the game right now, we're going to be a little bit under that because we're, whoa. Oh, that's bad. That might be due to some other changes that I was making. I want to do a full build of the compiler because we changed some size related headers, and if Visual Studio got the dependencies wrong, that's bad. But it could be that we have some bad juju and can't ship the beta till we fix it. Anyway, I mean, 150,000 lines in 0.65 seconds, which is slower than it actually would have been if I weren't streaming, is pretty fast, right? I mean, for a language with this feature level, right? If you're compiling C, you should be able to go way faster than that on a single core. Although nobody does, hardly. Okay, I'm worried that we got a crash, but we just did a rebuild, so I'm just going to sit here and slam the compile button a bunch. Yeah, we've been making things slowly faster over time. We still haven't done, like, the big speed increase is going to come when we manage to multi-thread the type checker, although that's going to be hard. So the first step before that is going to be to try to just slim down what the type checker is doing and make it faster. And then also look for opportunities to make it more threadable. Boom. Okay, so we do have an occasional crash. Fiddlesticks. So I guess I'm going to sit here. Let's see if we can get that to happen with the debug compiler, which is going to take longer. I don't know why it didn't ask me if I should open Visual Studio, right? Doesn't it usually do that? Yeah, I mean, that bug is rare enough that we theoretically could ship the beta and people can just deal, right? But like, that's not a good idea. So I'm going to sit here and run this for a little bit. And if we can't get it to happen, we could set up like a batch loop that does like a while, however you do it in batch, which I used to have one of those, and then we haven't needed it in so long that I don't even know where it is. And because there's other stuff I need to do before shipping the beta. For example, we did some code. I forget which code, but it was on the stream the other day. We did some code, and I did the Windows version, and I was just like, okay, I'll deal with the Linux version before we ship. And I'm not even sure what it is yet. So we could do that. Did I actually rebuild the debug compiler? It says I did. Yes. Debug compiler is what we did the first time. All right. I'll give myself 20 more runs. 19. Before we go while loop. 18. Because the thing is, whatever, if this is a timing based thing, it also may simply not happen in debug. So we might have to set up the release build. So 15 more. Isn't it great that there we go. Okay. I thought on this computer I had it configured to ask to open the debugger. Maybe I don't. Maybe that's on my laptop. How do we set that up? Does anyone know? You have to like set just-in-time exceptions to be handled by MSVC. Because if we do that, then we can run a batch file, and the first time it crashes, it'll stop and it'll just open the debugger, right? Somebody on the stream must know. Wasn't it file utilities? Oh yeah, it was the path stuff in file utilities. That's what it was. You saw it on this computer. So maybe it could be that the nature of the crash. Oh, it's because we install a crash handler. Never mind. Right. So, so I'm going to turn off enable crash handler. And then we're going to run it a bunch of times. I'm just going to run it by hand because I'm a dummy who doesn't want to write a batch file yet. Whoa. That time it didn't even say crashed. It just crashed. I mean, I could just run it from the debugger a billion times. That could be exciting. No, not Nsight. God, just get that out of there. We're just going to do this, see what information we can get. I'm just going to sit here. The debugger slows things down tremendously. It's fine. We're going to deal with it. How do I know? Okay, we're just going to keep watching this window to know that it actually runs. Because it might be that the debugger exits normally, and yet the thing doesn't go. Okay, if it gets that far, if it gets far enough to run the hooks, it succeeds always. Like, it seems to crash like setting up compile time execution or something. It's actually not taking as long as I thought. Hey, look, Visual Studio has an idea of what we should do. Let's look. Okay, Visual Studio is interrupting our focused work to tell me about what it thinks I should do. Light bulbs like this one will show you potential fixes to issues in your code. Okay. Add macro 4 to new C++ hint file. Why is that on a comment? Wait. Oh, it's talking about this, but it's also telling me about this. Browsing operations around this macro. Around what macro? The letters U and R in the word returns? Like, what are we talking about? Wait, I can't get it. Okay, there we go. Show potential fixes. I'm waiting to see the potential fixes. Let's try the keyboard. Alt-Enter. I'm trying to click on the light bulb and it also disappears. What? I try to cursor over. Show me the fixes. All right, summer intern is fired from Microsoft. Let's keep going. I have used Xcode before, but I try to limit my Xcode use to as like it's like when people say with COVID, like keep all your skin covered and don't even look at anyone, and like wear 3 layers of gloves because that's better than 2 layers of gloves, and wash your hands for 20 minutes when you get home. That's me with Xcode. Also, I just spilled tea all over myself because I looked at the screen while I was drinking tea. Fortunately, I have an exactly identical shirt for just this eventuality, which means that it actually didn't happen, right? We can edit the video and like nothing happened. Now, of course, if this is a timing-based bug, it also may not happen while running in the debugger. That is quite possible. I bought the same shirt twice. My policy now is that if I like clothing, I buy like 8 of them, because otherwise there's no way ever to get that clothing that you like again, because people don't like clothing is not made based on its quality level. It's changed arbitrarily from season to season so that they can sell sparkly new fashion things, right? So if you want actual quality clothing, you have to stockpile it when you can get it. Because you won't ever be able to find it again, right? All right, I'm going to do, I don't know, 15 more of these. 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and we'll do a bonus number 16. And then I guess we'll try switching to release build and see if that helps at all. It may not, right? But like, I'm sort of, if that doesn't work, then my next idea is somehow again maybe we could enable core dumps on Windows, which seem to be enabled by default these days. And then it'll dump core. I should put no check in here. Then it'll dump core, right? And then you could use that, but is no job set? No. We don't want it to be set. Oh, I might have run with slightly different options too. We ran with dash x64 and not dash dash x64, which is not that different, but it is a little bit different. We'll try that in release build. I mean, that could be the difference. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So much faster than debug build. 8, 9. Isn't this an exciting programming stream? Look at all the programming we are doing. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. We'll go to 25. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. All right. That's upsetting. Well, how do we enable Windows 10 core dump? Control panel. System. Advanced system settings. Startup and recovery. We don't want system failure. We want individual program core dump. Oh, this is generate a kernel dump. Yeah. No. HKey local machine, software, Microsoft, Windows. Windows error reporting, export, Windows error reporting.reg, great. Create local dumps. Oh wait, we've got local dumps. Oh, I was looking for it on the, whoops. I was looking for it on the right-hand side. Local dumps. Oh, it's like per program. How is this just any executable name? Is that how this works? If the name of the executable strcomps to 0 against this, okay. New key soco debug.exe. All right. And these have dump count 2, dump folder, dump type. Are those D words? D word. Dump count and dump type. D word. Dump type is 1. Dump count, they had 2 for some reason, so we'll do that. And then the dump location is just dump folder. We'll just put it there. Let's see what happens. See if we get some dumps. Can you copy keys in regedit? I'm sure. I just don't ever use it, so I don't know how that works. All right. We're just going to... Oh, that's the wrong program, by the way. Also, do I probably have to reboot and kill the stream? No, I guess not. Hold on, because it's the compiler crashing, not the game. I'm a dummy. I'm a dummy. Copy. No. Rename. So we're going to run the debug compiler a bunch of times. We'll see if we get a dump. It's so much slower, but it'll be better for us. We did get debug crash before, if I remember correctly. Crash it on purpose to see whether it works. That is a good idea. Okay. That totally did. Why didn't that crash? Oh, because we made release build. Lol, 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 lol. Uninitialized variable x used. Oh, I didn't even set it to null. There we go. See, but now we got, oh, this is a runtime. Okay. Hold on. We don't want that happening. Okay. We got a crash dump. It's almost a miracle. Okay, so now can I open the crash dump? Does Visual Studio in the year 2021 understand such arcane things as actually debugging a program by opening a crash dump? Notice it doesn't say crash dump anywhere. Because programmers don't do that sort of thing anymore. It doesn't seem to like that. It's like filtered out of the things. Whoops, what's the file name? You can just click on the dump. Okay, well, this is a command file. I guess I could do this. Okay. Mini dump summary. Okay. I don't want a summary. I want to see the stack. Show me the stack. Debug with native only. Aha. Okay. This is working. This is good. Okay. So we're going to re-disable this. And we're going to try to get it in debug build. And again, if we go for a while not being able to repro, we'll go for release build, right? For once, things are going as we actually would hope. The foundations of Windows have not decayed so far that we cannot still do this. Remember when debugging was just removing the moth from your computer? That was before my time. I'm sorry. I guess we can set debug type as well to non-mini dump. I don't actually know, but this is maybe good enough for us to solve the problem. Yeah, like, dude, I already mentioned 5 times that I'm being too lazy to make a batch file. Yes, we could make a batch file. But the thing is, the repro time on this was not that bad. It was like 20 runs approximately. If we don't get a repro now, like the thing to keep in mind is the cause of this could be anything, including bad RAM, right? On my machine. We absolutely don't know. I doubt it's bad RAM, but you don't actually know. But like 20 runs is not that bad for a repro, so I figured I would just do it. However, now it's not happening anymore. So is it linked to concurrency? We do not know. We know nothing about this bug at this time. It could just be a vanilla uninitialized variable, although that's unlikely. It could be, you know, I'm using a return from a time function in a way that causes something bad, right? It could be that there's just a very simple logic bug. Actually, one of the more likely things is there's just a very simple logic bug in the compiler where it expects something to happen before something else, and it doesn't sometimes because it's asynchronous. That would sort of be it's not really a threading bug because the synchronization would still be correct. It's just the program logic would be incorrect, right? There's a lot of that kind of problem in this compiler. Historically, there was, and it was hard to deal with. So I'm a little bummed that we're not getting this anymore. It didn't seem that hard to repro before, but of course we have changed the executable a little bit. It could be a Visual Studio bug, like in the compiler. We literally have no idea. We'll do 12 more. 1, 2, 3. You know, one time when it failed like that, it was because I buffered 2 of them. So we'll try it. 4, 5, 6. Like, this is almost like having a batch file. It's just going. See? It's automatically. 7, 8, 9. I'm starting to despair that it will happen. 10, 11, 12. All right, everybody, the bug's fixed. Ship it. No. We will now try release for like 25 runs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What if it mini dumped and we didn't see? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So that should be 35 unless I fat fingered one. I mean, what do you want, guys? The bug's fixed. It's totally fixed. Okay, if it doesn't repro, my approach is just going to be to keep working on other stuff. And then hopefully if it happens while we are working on other stuff, we will then get a core dump, right? Well, it's fixed. Well, now on the to-do list is anytime I start a new Windows project, put the name of the program in the core dump list. Yeah, I really don't know. What I should have done if I was actually an intelligent person is I should have saved the executable before modifying it in any way. So now I've put it back, the code, to where it was, although we did get a crash after I disabled the crash handler, I think. But the thing is, if there was something very particular about the way that Microsoft compiled it that time or something, I have lost that information because I didn't save the executable. So I really should have done that. What do you even do with a bug like this? Well, I mean, there are tools you could do. You could try using like thread sanitizer or whatever the frickin' other program is that I use once every 5 years. Um, there are ways that you should, as a matter of due diligence, look over your code to try to find problems like this, even if they don't evidence, right? Like the fact that we have one that appears like that should only increase our desire to do that kind of checking by a little bit. Like we should want to check our program for correctness in that way anyway. No, not Valgrind. There's something that I use on Windows that I forget what it is. I do not like Valgrind. Dr. Memory, yes. That's what I was talking about. All right, we're going to try the Valentine breakfast tea, but I'm going to make it stronger. All right. I am now going to focus on delivering value to our stakeholders. And also stopping the tea kettle. Okay. I should report. Okay, that one is reported fixed. I can report the one that we just fixed in the next beta period. Great, that is off the list. we have what should be an easy one, recursive load compiler infinite loops. That's probably one that we fixed in the past when the compiler worked pretty differently from how it does now, and that has unfixed. So if I just do this, that will be bad news. Or not. What? Why did that even compile? That could be bad. Wait. Oh, I'm in the wrong folder. That's why. Bro. Okay. Let's just get rid of all that. Okay, so compile, whoops. Did we get a dump? I think I killed the process. Anyway, we should be able to see that it's gonna, no. So here we go. It's just using more and more memory. That's not good. So we're just going to put a depth counter on loads. And then we need to somehow make sure that when we do a new load, it is related to an old one, which may be easier said than done in the case of something like adding a build string. That's fine though. That's a different problem. So do we already know I think we just do the following. Add directive load. Is that still a thing? Yes. When we do that, we will say if load info too many nested loads, the maximum number is some amount. Okay. This load, okay, let's just say instead of load was loaded there, we'll say load occurred inside a file that was loaded here. So this will also catch, you know, this will catch mutual and all that stuff, right? So we'll do that. So we could say, and kill this one. We could go to this loads B, and B loads A, and there we go. Now it says this is loaded occurs inside a file that was loaded here. Right. I could say the file name, right? Okay. That wasn't very good. It did not occur inside null. What is my problem? What? What? Oh, because, uh-oh, I might have done my T too long, guys. It's okay. It's okay. It's not a great tea, in my opinion. Okay. Too many nested loads. Okay. I think it's because the load didn't issue yet, and that's when we set its file name. Or something. But we want to get rid of that member. So here, oh, we do it on the other, right. I was confused. No, okay. Actually, wait. We should be able to do this. This is confusing because there's two load directives. It's confusing. God, it takes so long to compile, guys. All right, here we go. Yeah, too many nested loads. The load occurred in this file, by the way, which was loaded here. Okay, good. Let us now make sure we did not break compilation of anything good, which we probably didn't, but I will message our fine beta user and say the load problem is fixed in the next beta, and I will go to the change log and I will go fixed that infinitely recursive load directives crashed the compiler. Okay. Great. Bam. Bam. Uh-oh, I have a no check-in still. I left this line. Do it. Do it, bro. How's it going, everybody? Heisenbug is still hiding. Chat has apparently stopped saying anything as soon as I started working. Shouldn't the compiler be able to detect the circular dependency? How do you suggest doing so? Like, things aren't magic. Right, computers are not magic. They do what you tell them to do. So in what way would you do that? Doesn't 100 seem too low? No, it doesn't. Why would 100 be too low? The normal amount of load depth in a particular project is probably, like in the Sokoban game, it's probably like 3. If it's a problem, we'll raise it, but I don't suspect that it is. Build a stack of load or whatever directives, and every time you add a new one, check if it is already on the stack. How do you know if it's already on the stack? And I know you're not about to say by comparing the file names. I know you're not going to say that. That said, In order to create that situation with non-equal file names, you would have to be trying pretty hard. But like, yeah. And then also, you know, what you're suggesting, that is O of n squared in the number of load directives, which, I mean, it's not like we don't have many n squared things in this compiler, but like adding another one when you don't need to, yeah. Is it possible to resolve the file and compare hashes? I mean, it's possible to do lots of things. Is that a good solution? You're going to hash every source file in order to detect something that doesn't happen almost ever? And you're going to spend people's CPU on doing that? Every time they compile? I don't know. Doesn't seem that good to me. It might be from a circular dependency. Like this phrase circular dependency doesn't mean anything to people. Like the only people who would understand what that means already know what the problem is. That's not going to help a beginning programmer. Anyway, in my opinion, yes, we could certainly do something like the following. Instead of keeping a load depth only, we could also keep a pointer to the outer. Actually, we already have the pointer to the outer load directive, right? So what we could do is when we go to output this error, we could list all the unique file names that were loaded in a chain. Because you don't want to say all the file names because it's going to be one of them like 97 times, right? I just don't feel like that's worth it right now. Honestly, like the thing is you have to pick your battles of where your effort goes. And I am really not interested in doing that right now. I can provide much more value to the stakeholders by doing other things. Okay. vararg's bug not completely fixed. All right, let's see. Someone sent me an EML file, which is going to dox them if I open it on stream. Great. Let's close the screen. Let's do this. Okay, this EML file I'm not having fun with. Let me just see if I have the previous email. Okay, that's a different bug report from the same person. I don't see it. Gosh darn it. What? Now I have to fish this out of a messy EML file. All right. Puts the wrong arguments into, okay. Okay, I think this is the program. It came in an email with like other stuff too. Okay, hold on. I will paste it. Make sure we're not doxing people, hopefully. Turn the screen back on. All right. Can you reload a file with compile time meta logic that gets rerun? Thinking of potential use case where multi-load. Yeah, I mean, every time you load a file, any run directives or whatever that are in it will be rerun, yes. Okay, let me try compiling. Oh man, I wrote this to the wrong place. Okay. Let's close that. New line. Yeah, oh God. All right. That's because I pasted it from an email. These equal signs are like frickin' YAML file notation. So now I get to clean those up. All right. Oh, God. Now we've got colon equals 3D. What? Oh. Equals 3D3 is like something? I don't know. And then I guess the 3D is just that. Computers are a disaster. Okay, so this could well be a problem with the gains that we made. That is my suspicion. I guess it was the 3D3 was trailing with equals 3. I get it. All right. And the format string. Why are we not getting a line number on that? That's kind of the biggest problem right now. Like, why is our checker not giving me a line number? I think I also got rid of Twitch chat at some point. Okay. So, I don't think debug build is going to help at all. In fact, there's no reason why it should, but I'm doing it anyway. Okay, so we're calling compiler report from the oh. I see. So the problem is this is a runtime only error because we didn't get compile time error checking because I don't boot people up in a meta program that does that yet. So I guess it's this thing, ping time to... Like, what if I just get rid of that? Is that the right one? So that'll be solved eventually. No? This could also be that the file was damaged. So the format, this is probably the format here. There are only 2 insertable arguments. Right, so that's info string 2. A true fact. Okay, we already did that. And then we go to the ping time, the info string 3. There do seem to be 3 arguments. So this is probably a bug due to our gains that we did, honestly. Let me get rid of the info string 2 stuff, because that's still going to do it, right? Yeah. So we're going to get rid of the info string 2. Wait, no, hold on. Let's validate that one thing at a time, because it's probably the same problem. This one might be easier. The best chocolate is bananas. Is that supposed to make sense? It's supposed to be the best whatever meal. It's supposed to be the best dessert is chocolate covered bananas. Oh, yeah, okay. Let's comment out the more complicated one then. I mean, I do think the best chocolate is bananas, but I understand where this is coming from. So we don't need any of this for the repro. Okay, yeah, this is a serious problem. All right. So the problem is it's just it's getting confused. The varargs looker upper that's supposed to be caching varargs is doing the wrong thing sometimes. So we could say dump, and actually I bet if I just do this, right? Yeah, it still says the best chocolate is bananas. That's totally fine. So I'm screwing up the varargs thing. We're matching against comment me out for some reason. And I'm not even sure what the reason would... I guess, so maybe we're not marking it as used correctly. Maybe we're trying to use it in both of these. Let me put the tprint on another line. Right? That'll of course still behave badly, but now we have different line indices in the dump here. Bananas. Okay. So one call is on line 46 and another is on line 48. And my theory is they're trying to use the same var args. So here's line 46. Fill var args array. Big item. Wait, V17. So V9. Okay, this is the T print. V9 is the var args array for T print. And then we're reusing it here again. So we're putting a new count of 2 into V9. Etc., etc. And we're also using it in line 48 as well. We shouldn't. We're not allowed. Like what we're trying to do is say, hey, this var args array was done with, so let's reuse it. But we're trying to reuse it here, and we're trying to reuse it here, and that is a no-no. I might have just not have thought of that case when we were making gains a couple weeks ago. Yeah, it looks like a clear case. Let's just look at find or emit var args array. Okay. If there are anything with the same count, that's actually not. So maybe the already used means like, are we using it right now? Right meow. So is it on the emit procedure stack? Why would that fail? Oh, because we're only checking emitted var args arrays, which maybe if we reuse. Is this called emitted? All right. Is that on procedure calls? Where is emitted procedure stack? What? Wasn't I just looking at something called emitted? No, apparently not. Find or emit var args array. Already used. Emit procedure stack. Okay. No wonder I couldn't find it. Hey, look, it was right there where I was looking for it. It's on bytecode. It's emitting call, and we go to emitting call, and that says emitted var args arrays. I don't think we want emitted. I think we want in use var args arrays. Let's just see. So that's where we check it. Okay. Yeah, so we only, and that's where we use it. Yes. Okay, so we're going to change this to like in use var args arrays. All right. In use var args arrays. Now, down here, so we do want to add it to the basic block, but because the basic block should only have what it emitted, but the call should have whatever it used. So here we should say here, right? There better not be another return. B-A-N-A-N-A-S. The best dessert is chocolate-covered bananas. I don't totally agree with that. This is not an endorsement of chocolate-covered bananas. It is just what the program says. It's not what I say. Don't cancel me for my food opinions, please. I realize that chocolate-covered bananas are phallic and not necessarily inclusive of all people. Okay. Great. The error is gone too. Everything works. Yes, okay. That's great. Now, hopefully we didn't lose a lot of gains. We don't print gains on release compiler. I don't think we did. The gains is going to be lower than what we showed at the end of our gains festival because I turned back on dead code elimination for program code for reasons. But that we could actually go up and look. If I had a debug build of the compiler, I don't see one. RIP. We could look at number of instructions though, or number of, no, we can't look at anything. Anyway, other console, maybe? Other console. And that's a release. That's a release. Anyway, I don't care. It has to be correct. So we might have a very small gains loss there. Okay. That's great. We're going to make sure that everything still works because I could have screwed things up. Okay, I'm not going to send you an email saying fixed in next beta because you're in the chat. You know that it's fixed in the next beta. So I will simply take it off the list. We will tell the rest of the people who do not know it's fixed in the next beta, fixed that varargs arrays sometimes nested produced incorrect code. That's enough to ship it. So maybe what I do now is I work on the Linux thing that isn't done. How does that sound? And that was the path stuff, right? Okay, so this thing, we cannot ship the beta to the people because some of the people use Linux. And the people who use Linux will want things to work. Sorry, they use GNU/Linux. They use GNU/Linux, which is what you call things when you yourself don't make an operating system, even though that was your plan, and somebody else does, you just say, oh, no, it's totally that operating system that guy made is totally our operating system. Never mind that we're just talking about user programs that people don't even use anymore because they use frickin' Clang instead of GCC. Systemd/Linux. Dude, I can't wait to make an operating system and not use any GNU programs. That'll be so good. Yeah, Emacs will never touch the new operating system. It never, ever, ever will. Sadly, I think I'm going to finish this stream and then I'm just going to do some Valentine's Day reading. You guys could watch me read papers and stuff. But let's finish this. Finish it. I want to ship the beta. That might take a while yet. Is Vim allowed? I doubt it. I would just make an editor. I would either finally figure out ForCoder or I would just make my own editor. Like I've said before, it's not like I don't already have my own frickin' text editor. It just only lets you type one line at a time right now. But like, hey, look, I've got a text editor. I could copy and cut and paste and Control A and delete. Like, what more do you want? A couple more things than that, but seriously. How hard can it be? I'll tell you, it's tremendously easier to make a text editor than it is to make the witness or the compiler for this programming language. Doesn't have IntelliJ support. Damn it. Foiled. Okay. Okay, we gotta... What do I use on Linux? Do I use fstat? Do you have to fopen? No, you fstat without... I don't even know. Linux check if file exists. Not in bash. Everybody says in bash. In C. I feel like I use fstat. But like I want something that works on directories and files. Look up the access function for ROK. So this guy's using stat. Oh, I guess fstat takes the file handle and stat takes the name. Yeah, we're just going to use stat for now. All right. Oh, what does stat tell us if it's a directory? File status. inode number, protection number of hard links, user ID, group ID, total size, block size, mod time. Oh, we're already getting mod times of things. That's good. What about what kind of thing it is? ST mode. Oh, ST mode. Protection. I see. The protection field tells us if it's a directory or not. All right. Is the mod time stuff in file utilities? Yes. So yeah, here we're statting the file. Okay. So we're going to go there. We're going to stat file path. If result is not equal to 0, break. Okay. Otherwise, we want to go isdir. God damn it. Do we have an isdir? Nope. We totally do not. Or is it isdir? Is it isdir or is it isdir? It's isdir. There we go. Isdir of fs dot, how is it called? ST mode. Then, well, break. Okay. That, by the way, is not at all going to be attempted to be compiled in Windows right now. We don't cross-compile, so I'm just going to commit that and go on to the laptop, and I'm just going to start the usual process of making sure that everything builds and runs over there. And you guys won't be able to see this because I still don't have a cam set up. I could reappropriate the Chai cam for this purpose, but hopefully it doesn't actually take too long. Just use boost lol. Okay. So I'm running my Linux. I'm saying change the folder, update, putting in my password because it doesn't have a keyring. Don't store it unencrypted. Yes, we're still doing that. We are updating all the files. Oh, it updated. Great. We are making. Getting tons of warnings, as usual, that we don't know how to shut off. Linking. Okay, the test program compiles, but that doesn't mean that the path program actually will compile or run. We're running the tests right now. I expect that one to fail because it's unlikely that it just works, but maybe it'll work. Oh, Snake failed. Snake undeclared identifier log error. Oh, I didn't do. Oh, wait. Did we forget something else? That's in basic print, but it shouldn't be OS specific, is it? I mean, no. It's right there. Okay, it's probably the case. So the problem is in SDL input map. Probably only the Linux version. Wait, what file? Gamepad SDL input map. That's where we are. Line 245. I thought I searched for log error. Anyway, this probably needs to be basic. Yeah. So I probably had this problem in Windows as well and just didn't do it. Oh, no, in Windows. I don't know why we don't have that problem, but I'm going to put it here for consistency. It might be, oh, it's probably some other module. I don't know. I'm just going to commit that here, even though this is not a good way to do it. Because I probably didn't even do that right. So I should do that locally on this machine. It's just such a pain in the butt. So I'm just going to run the tests again. Snake. Snake. We could play Snake. Josh made this a while ago. Okay, well, it's you know, when you first start, it's got a steep learning curve. But here we go. The only programming language that comes with Snake. Actually, I'm sure several other programming languages have a Snake game, but not a 3D one probably. Uh-oh, I might be doomed here. Oh, I didn't turn in time. 25 apples, that's pretty good. All right. Path example failed on Linux. Oh, he has a menu and everything. Baller. Okay. What's my opinion on modal editing? I don't know. I'm not sure I care. Like, I think if you do modal editing, it needs to be much more strongly signaled than like VI did. Like, change the color of the whole screen. That said, I don't know. I haven't used a modal editor in so long that I don't totally care. Except Emacs is kind of modal because it changes your buffer of where you're typing when you do a certain commands. I don't know. Ready for the iOS store? Oh yeah. Ready for Apple Arcade, I think. All right. Path example. Undeclared identifier file name. Okay. I don't know what I did there, but file utilities, examples, path example. No, path. The code we just did, I guess I copied and didn't copy the declaration of file name. I'd assumed, like, I never look at code when I edit it, actually. And so sometimes obvious things I don't see because looking at code takes too long, right? So I just assume that I know what's there. Oh, I thought I had this variable file name, but it's called paths. Oh, it's because I pasted that part from a different. Yeah, it's called path so far, dude. All right, let me try rebuilding that. You can go back in the VOD if you want to see that. Path so far, dynamically computed strings do not cast a pointer to U8. Oh, because it's a C function. Okay. Oh, man. We have to copy the whole string again because we're going to C. That's really horrible, but that's C for you. All right. And that compiles now, so I can try it now. I can go modules, file utilities, examples, path example. Interestingly, so path example runs, but it does not work correctly. It is not outputting the paths correctly. And the reason is it thinks all of these have a leading slash for some reason. They do not have a leading slash. I'm confused now. Oh, let's just print. I'm doing some printf debugging. This is some hot stuff right here. Number of leading slashes. All right. It says 0, but we're still when I call path to string, there's no path. Okay, no, you know what? This is just the stat part not working. I probably said is equal to 0 instead of not equal to 0 or something. Path so far and result. So I'm just going to print the stat result to myself in the console. Stat of path example data S. Because I messed up my print. Oh, I'm running it from the wrong folder and it doesn't CWD. I think that the example should CWD to its own place. Let's do that. Where is that? Set work. Where do we do that? Set working directory is in. Yeah, so we could go. To the file utilities examples, path example, and we will CWD. Set working directory to file path, so it doesn't matter where you run this from. It is hard-coded to report facts about the file tree located next to this source file. 'Cause it is. All right. Hey, it works now. Remember, for those of you who were on the stream where we did the highlighting of the paths, there we go. It is also, you see the Christmas colors, the green and red. It was blue and red originally, but I changed it to green. And that's great. Very good. Okay. I am actually going to bump the version number for the beta on this side, which is not usually how I do it. Actually, no, you know what? Let's give it a minute or two for the build machine to wake up and get this other thing. It's probably a lost cause, but we'll see. How's my Valentine's Day? It's pretty good so far. All right. How's everybody doing? Any like actual questions about what we were actually doing for anyone who is actually paying attention to things besides laptops? It's only 5 days since the last beta. Beta 48 now. Beta 48 now. All right. That's great. Oh. How many people are in the beta? Let me see. I'm about to add a couple more people today, but 71, it says, people are in the beta. Let me, while we're giving things a break, I can add a couple of people. It will now be 73. I'm using frickin' Google Contacts to manage the beta. It's so bad. Okay. I'm going to write an email to these people and say, added to the beta. I will copy pasta. A download link will be going out soon as we ship the next version. Boom. All right. So I've officially added 2 more people to the beta. That's great. Is anyone working on macOS? Yeah, Josh did a bunch of macOS stuff. It probably has decayed from working state simply because we're not maintaining it right now to keep the workload light. It's macOS is pretty annoying because they're switching CPUs right now as well, and like I just don't want to deal with all that. So we will turn macOS on in a while. I don't know when, but for now, because we're focused on programming language features and stuff, we're shipping Windows and Linux only. Is it complicated to make cross compilation? To target other CPUs is not that annoying. The thing is, the actual file formats are all different everywhere and stuff. And actually, the problem is linking to people's frickin' C library is a disaster. Okay. Did I update my pup date here? I think I did, right? Okay. That also means, though, the frickin' build machine didn't, like, all right. Oh, I guess we didn't actually edit the C files, so all right, let's try this. Update version number for the next beta. Then I will go back to the laptop and I will compile and check that in. Okay. Make. make. Let us make. No, it's actually not the build machine's fault. I didn't realize, like I should, because my brain isn't braining today. I was like, yeah, if I only change modules files, it doesn't do a test. It maybe should, but it doesn't, as far as I know. Okay. Check the version. It is 48. Update Linux binary, period. And hopefully that'll be good. Unfortunately, we didn't catch this Heisenbug, so we may be shipping that to people, or it may be a problem with my frickin' computer. I don't know. Hopefully, if we are shipping it to people, somebody will give us a repro. Do I link crun time dynamically? Do I link crun time dynamically? Okay. Well, that was 130. We're 132. We'll give it another minute or two to give us a binary. If not, we will use our own. We will use our own. Come on, bruh. Come on, bruh. See cry time. See cry time. All right, we're just going to use our own. All right. I believe we are up to date here. So, copy that. Control. Go to bin and replace. And we make the distribution. Yeah, dude, I don't know what's the problem with our build machine. I mean, I certainly have some suggestions about what the problem is, but oh my God, just, ugh. All right. Error, version doesn't match. Did I not update the Linux version? Silly me. All right, run it again. Good thing I put that check in there. Where is the build machine hosted? It is hosted on the moon, apparently. It is on the moon. How is Amazon Cloud going to operate on the moon when there are no clouds on the moon? How is that even going to work? I will paste to the beta users the text of the thing. That's a pretty good beta for 4 days, honestly. Especially when those days involved brute forcedly going through frickin' everything and renaming all the log stuff. Okay, that is finished. That is finished. And, oh. Hold on. Because I am using, I made this mistake before, because I'm using Google Contacts and Gmail to send email to the beta users, they work together flawlessly. Haha, no they don't. If you add things to contacts, it doesn't update them in Gmail until you like relog in or something. It's totally stupid. I just noticed that it was going to go to 71 people, and I was like, wait, that's not enough people. And it's like, yeah, it's not enough people. Wait, it is though. Hold on, what? Wait, it's going to one of the guys. Did I accidentally? Dude, I don't even know what's going on right now. This is one of those things where it's like user error plus things being broken. Like one of the guys was going to get the email and the other guy didn't. Like maybe it, but it doesn't look like I added him before. Dude, I have no idea. Anyway, I'm going to send out the beta email, I think. Fun problem. When you have enough people on your to line in Gmail, you can no longer click on the main part of the email to scroll if your screen is not high res enough, and therefore you can't do anything. All right. Great. Sending it out. I don't even know. I'm going to have to audit like who's getting the, like I don't, then it said 69 there. I don't know if that's 69 in addition to who it shows. Like, I just don't trust Gmail at this point. Anyway, guys, now that we have shipped the beta, I think I'm going to have a paper reading stream. With snacks. Wow, are there really like 750 people on right now for us to read a paper? This is the paper that we are reading, and it's about computers. I'm going to warm up some more tea, and we will continue. You can see the paper link. You guys can start. I'm only on page 6. And you could start and catch up to me while I make tea. Why are you reading this paper? Tim Sweeney tweeted this, and it's a Nicolaus Wirth paper that he wrote in 2005 about things that happened in the history of computers that didn't succeed for whatever reason. And I'm going to read it. And then I feel like it would be a good idea. So he also references in the beginning something by Knuth, The Dangers of Computer Science Theory. I want to see if I could find that after this and read that. But right now, I was reading this at the beginning of the stream, and I'm up to page 6. You can also do that if you want. The link is in the chat. Other people could echo it to you. I don't know why people are saying section 6.3. Or if anyone has questions about what we just finished doing with regard to shipping the beta, let me know. I need to start gathering the snack. First snack, green tea Kit Kats of 2 different flavors. Second snack, cinnamon roasted almonds, although they're from Amazon, so they're not that good. Third snack, snow mints. Fourth snack, regular almonds. Fifth snack, is fruit handily packaged in a fruit package. Sixth snack, Marshmallow Dream Bar from Starbucks. We are here with all the nutrition. Any Peppermint Crunch chocolate? No, that was too good and I ate it all. It's like the 6 demon bag. It's the 6 snack bag. We also have cashew nuts, although they're almost gone. We have turkey jerky. We have so many snacks. Why do companies keep wanting you to do things in interviews that you never ever see anyone do anywhere? Because interviews are tests. They're not real. Why are printers so bad? Because they're terrible. Okay. Algol 60 had a profound influence on the development of further programming languages. Printers aren't bad if you pay a lot for one. I've never found that to be true, actually. Any books I keep for reference? No. Like maybe Hacker's Delight, but not really. So T1 is A divided by B, T2 is C plus D, T3 is C minus D, T2 is pop times pop, and X1 is pop times pop. Yeah. I get it. Gotcha. A 9-bit byte. One of the bits in each word served to mark the end of the string or number, and it was called the stop bit. A jump instruction would deposit the return address at D and then continue location at D plus 1. There's lots of reasons that's a bad idea. I mean, now in the days of multi-threading, it means you have to have a separate copy of your frickin' code, right? Oh, well, recursion also, yes. Yeah, he talks about multiprocessing down here. Okay, virtual addressing. Okay. Physical memory would typically not be large enough to accommodate sufficiently many processes to make multiprocessing beneficial. Memory would be subdivided into blocks or pages of fixed length. A virtual address would be mapped to a physical address. I mean, that's how things work, though, so I don't know where he's going with this. Today has become a questionable idea. Okay, yeah, he's just saying, all right. He's saying, hey, this is how we do it, but like, with RAM as big as it is, do you really want to do this? Yeah. His dirty trick is a misuse of the heavy virtual addressing scheme. I agree. Protection. Safeguard against mutual interferences. Mutual protection of program and data must be guaranteed. So this is principle to classify one for the regular user programs, the other for a supervised program. Yep. It would be trapped and control returned to the supervisor program. Need for protection in classes programs arises from the fact that programs are possibly erroneous. If all programs are written in a proper programming language, this should not even be possible. Disagree. Strong disagree with that. but also, like, you're sort of then saying, if you put your security in the programming language, then you're sort of saying, we're not going to let any program not written in this language run on this computer, which, how do you enforce that? Except through like an app store, right? So it's not a good idea. I don't like this. Modern programming systems rely on automatic garbage collection for storage management. Not in my part of town, they don't. Yeah, he's assuming garbage collection is the future, and I do not agree. Show you code, not essays. I mean, if the essay is good, then an essay is fine. Conditional jumps with 3 targets. The advent of high-level languages. The desire arose to accommodate certain language constructs. Good example is Algol's 4 statements. Program code, blah, blah, blah. Program, yeah, this is basically how things work today. Unless I'm missing something. I mean, this is how like DLL stubs work. Oh, but they're saying that's all in one instruction. Yeah, that's not good. And they're saying for every procedure call, which is also not good. They debunked the CISCs as a bad idea. Well, really? Get Tim in a Clubhouse and hash this all out on stream? Nah. I'm allergic to Clubhouse. I don't like it. Have any languages ever attempted to somehow offload garbage collection in dedicated hardware? Yes. Implementing in something in hardware is not magic. Okay? If there are fundamental constraints as there are with garbage collection about load in terms of reading memory and stuff, hardware can't teleport you across those constraints. It might do some things faster, but like it's not going to fundamentally solve the problem. What is my computer on random ass book? What is my opinion on random ass book that somebody linked? I don't know. I haven't read most books. If you link a random book, I don't have an opinion about it because I don't read most books. What if the hardware is a teleporter? Then you make $1 trillion. Or turn into the fly. A procedure is called a block of storage for its local variables. It must be allocated. Procedure is terminated. The convenience scheme for this is the purposes of the stack. Allow the most frequently accessed variables and registers. Spark used register windows, right? Mm-hmm. Spark processor, built-in mechanism of register windows. Yeah. What do I dislike about Linux? Everything. What do you even mean? Programming language features. Fertile ground for controversial ideas. And this is probably the part that Tim was interested in when he linked it. Or most interested in. Programs as formal texts amenable to mathematical reasoning. Yeah, I'm gonna not like this section. Probably. We'll see. Goes back to Fortran. Why is it a bad idea? Because it overthrows a century-old tradition to let equal denote a comparison for equality. Yeah, I mean, it's true, but I don't care. Like, this is one of these things where, like, it's true. What he says is exactly true. It is probably more correct to make a different operator be equal assignment and another be comparison for equal. But it just doesn't matter that much. I'm not that worried about it. Like, maybe sometime later we could fix that. Like, you can fix a certain number of things at a time. Like, that's one that I'm leaving for later. How to improve the situation? You have to stop buying into this idea that there needs to be as much software as there is and that it needs to be as bad as it is. You need to stop buying into the idea that because everybody programs a certain way that it's the right way, and you need to start doing something different. So with regard to the other person's previous question about what do I dislike about Linux, like everything in that speech is what I dislike about Linux. So like you need an operating system that doesn't do any of that stuff, which is never going to be a fork of Linux. You need user programs that don't do any of that stuff, etc. You need to basically go start a new nation, but in software. You wish single AND was logical and double AND was bitwise. I agree. Like, it also kind of makes more sense. Well, I don't know. Like, it could go either way, but if you think of like one as being the value and then two as representing multiple bits in the value, it kind of makes sense. I don't know. Like, this guy is just nitpicking. So this is actually kind of dumb down here. Like, yes, you can write this, but it's not an actual problem in reality, because anyone who writes that, you fire them and then you keep going as an adult, right? Like, nobody cares. Nobody, this doesn't matter. Nobody cares. Like, the idea that it's the programming language's job to prevent you from doing this, I think, is deeply false. So this thing, every programming language tells you about this. The so-called if-then-else ambiguity, again, not a problem in practice. You can even do things like detect indentation or whatever to warn people if they mess it up. If, however, S contains a goto statement, no such assertion is possible about S. That's garbage statement, because what happened, you just treat S as a collection of basic blocks and you do the analysis on the basic blocks. Like, this has been known since the 1980s. So I kind of don't know what he's on about. He's like choosing the wrong level of abstraction to do this analysis. Since a statement can be compound anyway, like, why would you ever do that? This is just him being a goofball. Many people have not so much choice to do programming in a good way because they need to make money and they are paid. I never want to hear people say that. That is an excuse. That is an excuse that people use to continue to be mediocre. Guess what? If you're a better programmer, you get paid more. That's just how it works. Like, I'm just going to start banning people who say that from the chat without responding. It's like, I just can't take it anymore. Okay. Like, the part of this paper that was a historical survey, I think is fine. This stuff, like, right? I mean, again, it's true that if then else is a thing. It's not that much of a thing. The if then else is actually the best point so far here. This C point, the C operator point is garbage. The goto point is pretty much garbage. So he's talking about C. He's basically attacking C. Yeah, like, don't write this. If you write this, you're a jerk. The case statement. Case, this construct displays a proper structure with component statements. Yeah, whatever. This doesn't matter. Yeah, you know what? None of this matters. This is all trivial goofball stuff. Like none of this actually, like we have actual hard problems in programming that bound our ability to do big things, and none of these are related except in very small ways. And it would be good, like, okay, so you fix one or two of them, that's good a little bit, but you have to make sure that your fix doesn't also introduce as much of a problem, which I'm not convinced about any of these, that that's the case. All right. I don't know what loopholes are. Let's see. This author makes a statement with a certain amount of tongue-in-cheek because he infected his language with this deadly loophole. Oh, yeah, no. Fuck you. All right. Like, I mean, okay, this is fine in like a non-systems language, but in this house, we work on systems programming languages. So you have to have so-called loopholes or you can't do systems programming. That's just how that is. Yeah, this is, Tim, this is not a good paper, except for the historical part. Like my brain isn't even reading anymore. Like the words are just going through. What are we? Syntax analysis. Yeah, I think he's just saying all this parser generator stuff is useless, which I agree with. He's saying the design of your syntax is more important than, the how your syntax is measured with regard to any formal system, which I agree with that. It's just, again, it's... Yeah, well, he actually has the right answer about parsing. He is correct. Top-down recursive descent is the only real way to parse a programming language, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. Why do we have so many people here for a paper reading stream? Oh, because we got raided. Hello, Canadians. We're reading a paper. It's very exciting. The link to the paper is now going in chat. What's so good about top-down parsing? It is by far the simplest thing you can do, and it is more than able to solve the problem very effectively. And it means you don't have all these crazy dependencies on parser generators that actually make your job harder because they make it more difficult to make good error messages and so forth. Isn't bottom-up faster? No. Why do you think it would be faster? Five point 2 extensible languages. Yeah, I agree with that point. 5.3 nested procedures. Is he talking about closures here? Yeah. Yeah, he's just saying closures are complicated and not necessarily worth what you get, which I agree. Although he's talking about it, wait, with regard to optimization? I don't know. C++ parsers seem to be bottom up. Not as far as I know. Like Clang is top down, isn't it? Like no, the only reason people make bottom up parsers is because they read the Dragon book. Okay. If we hadn't made the mistake of teaching students the Dragon book for decades, they would all be parsing the normal way and they would all be more powerful programmers than they currently are. Um, it doesn't matter that much either way speed wise, because again, in the year 2021, the main determiner of your speed is whether or not you hit the cache. And there's no real reason to say one or the other of those methods is more likely to hit the cache. You could sort of argue that bottom up is bad for larger expression trees, because things might leave the cache, and then when you pop back down, you hit them again. But there's probably an equivalent. There is an equivalent for top down, so it's not really different in that way. If I found a solution to store the AST contiguously, no, you can't. Like by definition, you can't store it contiguously. That's just not topologically possible, because you have one edge and two things to put on the edge, right? What you could do is try to store it more contiguously, and we sort of already do that because we just allocate nodes side by side as we generate them. So I doubt that you're going to do better than that. You could try to do the sort of stuff Sean was doing, where like when he has a binary operation node, for example, the right pointer is implicit, but that's not a good idea for various reasons in our current compiler, so we wouldn't do that. Are there any inventions in CS programming software engineering in the last 30 years that are worth using? There probably are some, but honestly, not very many. I mean, again, neural networks have made progress in that time, right? Obviously. Aside from that, I mean, some of the like thread sanitizer kind of stuff dates to that period, I think. I don't know though. It's been a remarkably barren period in terms of people having new useful ideas. Have I checked out OpenAI's clip? No. UFCS can make code more readable. Congratulations. UFCS is just what people were doing since the 1960s. It's just you added dot calls now. Like, that's not a new idea. That is not, UFCS is not a new idea in the same way that containers are not a new idea. Like, you're not doing anything new. You're just trying to fix the problem that you introduced by making it more complicated than it originally was. So ultimately nothing is fixed. Like, that's not an idea. not an innovation. Let's say that. Hey, let's make this language called C++. We use dot to call through objects. Okay, cool. Hey, wait a minute. Sometimes when we use dot to call through objects, we actually want to be like C. Okay, well, let's let you write it like C. Like, that's not a new idea. That's just going back to the 80s. I don't know. You have to be clear about what's an actual contribution and what's not. If the problems about software quality is due, at least in part, to people being ignorant of high quality software is, or not understanding the process through which high quality software is made. We agree that this is an important issue that needs to be solved. Why do you think that banning someone instead of trying to educate them would help improve the situation? Because my quality of life will be higher if I ban people. Like the boundary on how much work I get done is how happy I am. And if it makes me happy to ban annoying people from my chat, then I will do so. Okay. In programs 30 and 40 years ago, most variables were declared globally, so perhaps the tree structure was justified. I don't understand his problem. The use of a linked list? No, it's just what the way you want to store symbols is like for debugging kind of purposes. Just have an array of the symbols, have the array be sorted if you want to binary search the array. Then you have the option to binary search it. You have the option to linearly search it, whichever you want. Like, it's just not that big of a deal. Using wrong tools. Okay, I'm sure I agree with him on this. Wizards. Yeah, they're usually not good, but I don't know that that's anything inherent in the concept of a wizard. I think it's just people did lame ones just like people do a lame job at most things, and if you did a good one, it would be good, right? Anyway, do I think templates are a good addition to C++? I think the idea of generics is a good addition to C++. I think the way that they are implemented as C++ templates is awful and a giant disaster. There are many better ways to do it. Why do I read papers like that? I didn't know what was in the paper. And I disagree with some things and agree with other things, but at least I'm reading the output of somebody who has actually done a substantial amount of work and who has skin in the game, right? Like some random dude typing a Twitter comment or a chat comment has probably done very little work and has no skin in the game, right? So like this is the thing that everybody in society knew prior to 2015. Somehow we forgot it all of a sudden. But some people are more worth listening to on some topics than other people. That's just factual, right? The person who spent decades thinking about a particular idea or topic or subject matter is more worth listening to than somebody who just heard about it 10 minutes ago and decided they have an opinion. And the fact that we are building an internet right now that does not acknowledge this basic fact of reality is part of why there are so many problems. All right. Even if I disagree with some of his opinions, he is way more worth listening to on these matters than most people because he's been around a long time and done a lot of work. So like, this shouldn't be hard to understand. I don't even know why I'm answering the question. So he's also anti-functional programming in the way that I am. Well, I don't know about in the way. I probably have different reasons why I don't like it, but whatever. Logic programming, yeah. Object oriented. Yeah, I mean, this is basically true. Like, part of object oriented programming is all about taking stuff that everyone already knew and that had names, and you just give it a different name. It's very annoying. But I think there are many more. As you know, I have many more criticisms of object oriented programming than only these, but I do agree with these ones. Okay, that's that paper. Um, he mentions a Knuth thing at the beginning, and I wonder if it could be found online. The dangers of computer science theory. Is this a thing that we can get? Science Direct. Am I going to have to pay for this? Probably not. It's linked on Reddit. Purchase PDF. No, that's... Oh, it's the proceedings in Bucharest. Let's see. Let's see if the Reddit people have a better link. "404 not found." Internet Archive. It's not searching. I'm saying search. Knuth papers on page 183 of this big PDF. Too many requests. Nginx says too many requests. RIP. Nginx? No, it says Nginx. If you don't want me to call your thing Nginx, don't name it Nginx. I mean, come on. I don't know what this is. Anyway, we might have to pay for this paper, which is kind of silly. Why does this have it as a separate book? Was it published separately? No. Dude, by the way, this is the year I was born. That's how long Knuth has been around. All right, this is just Google Books spamming us with advertisement. by Nginx. All right. Oh, Knuth might have published it. Maybe not. No. Oh, fourth in a series of 8 volumes containing archival forms of my published papers. Selected papers on analysis of algorithms. Ordered from the publisher. All right. Well, we will have to get it in some way. Sci-Hub link. Yeah, but like if Knuth is actually intending, so okay. It's one thing to be like, oh, you know, that's like an old out of print paper, we should get it, whatever. But if Knuth is actually like publishing it, you should buy the book just out of respect. So we'll do that, and then maybe we'll read the link. So let's buy the book. Can we do it on Amazon? Because that's what I would prefer. Select papers on the analysis of algorithms. Paperback. Oh, it's almost doxing me. Thanks, Amazon. We're going to add that to cart. Proceed to checkout. Wait, there's... Hold on, there's a... Are there multiple? I see like different colored covers and stuff. Okay. There's lecture notes and a design of algorithms. We're going to do all 3 books. All right. Check that out. Place order. Okay, we bought the books. From Amazon.com. So Jeff Amazon got our money, except wait, no, he didn't because he quit. Does that mean he has to change his name from Jeff Amazon? Oh, he hasn't quit yet. Okay. That makes sense. It takes time to step down from being Jeff Amazon. Bill Elsevier got the other 70%. That's too bad. He'll try to beat Elon to Mars. I mean, dude, Blue Origin has been the laggard rocket company. They haven't even reached space yet, right? Is that true, or have they? Have they actually launched and landed something that goes to space? Because that's way easier than orbit. They have reached space, not orbit. Okay. Orbit is way harder than space, all right? So, like, yeah, they're behind. But if Jeff Amazon goes and does that, I could see that being a good competition all of a sudden. Okay. Dangers of computer science theory, taken from Plato, who said, I have hardly ever known a mathematician who was able to reason. Dude, I was probably not born when he gave this speech. What day? What date? I was probably not born. Because I just turned 20 next year, you know. So photos of the rocket factory came out, and it's like a completely empty building. Okay. No, 1973 is the publication date in the book. But he's saying right here, last week at the 1971 Congress in Ljubljana. So, no, this is from 71. No, I'm not 20. I turn 20 next year, soon. The book, no, this article from Sci-Hub is a reprint of a conference proceedings published in 73, guys. Jeez. Keep up, everybody. Connection with random number generation. Many of you know this can be generated by the rule A x of n mod m for some multiplier A and modulus m. For many years, such sequences are used successfully. No theoretical reason for this was known, except that number theory was able to predict that the sequence has a very long period before it begins to repeat. And that the serial correlation between adjacent members of the sequence is bounded by this. I haven't read that paper, but okay. A multiplier near square root of m is always bad when other tests for randomness are considered. Is nearly plus 1 over half the period and minus 1 over the... oops. Really? Nobody noticed that? I think that's what C Libraries Rand did too. Isn't that why Rand was bad? Bubble sorting is the optimum way to sort. Yeah. No, this is definitely a thing still, even in 2021. For sure. For sure. Would I share my opinion on the art of computer programming books? Not to my credit, I have not read the majority of them. I've read pieces of a couple of them when they applied to things I was working on, and they seem like very good books. It is rare to see books by somebody who has really spent a lot of time and effort investigating particular problems in depth, and those books are definitely that. And so they are a rare kind of contribution in the modern world. So I should set aside more time and just read them more broadly. At least like skim section headings and get an idea of what's in the entire set of books, right? Might you suggest a good book? No, because Colorforth? What? No. Have I watched Alan Kay Talks? A couple. Like a random Twitch chat person suggesting a book is not useful because I don't know who the random Twitch chat person is. I don't know how much to trust their opinion. It's just how that is. For all I know, that link goes to porn or something. Like, I just am not going to click it. Okay. Traditionally, the problem in finding an optimum sorting method is to minimize the number of comparisons between data elements while the sorting takes place. That is true. Balanced merge, cascade merge, and polyphase merge. That's magnetic tapes. Don't super care about that. Although it's interesting, as memory gets slower, I wonder if it makes sense for a large sort to treat memory like magnetic tapes. It might make sense. Yeah, no, Knuth is a good writer too. It is for sure the case. Although, I mean, this is a transcript of a speech, but maybe he wrote the speech and was reading it. I don't know. The number of tapes n must be large, but tapes very unreliable. To view with optimism. Sick burn. Sick burn. Can I list the books that I bought? They're just the ones that, if you search for the title of this speech on Knuth's webpage, he links, or he provides the name of the book, and then I just bought that off Amazon. Yep. Everything he's saying here is true and has its analog in the modern day. For sure. I am heartened to see him griping about the uselessness of certain categories of computer science academia dating to a time from before I was born. Like somehow that makes me think it'll be okay. Okay. Yep, same thing. Ding ding. Which Turing Award recipients' opinions do I respect? I don't know who won a Turing Award. My life experience has shown me that basically all awards are farcical anyway. They're mostly given by people to their friends or based on political considerations. So I don't pay attention to awards at all. What is the monad thing that people say? Yeah, monad is okay. We're gonna make a tweet. We're gonna say Knuth predicting a monad is a monoid in the category of eigenfunctors, of endofunctors. Having no proper normal subwaffle with the pseudo A4 property dedicated to A.B. Smith on his 19th birthday. Didn't monads come before the Turing machine? The use of them in programming languages certainly didn't. No. Last two Turing Award winners, I don't care. I do not care at all. It's a popularity contest and or a politics contest. It is not, regardless of whether the people who win it in a particular year are good or not. I have no interest in things like that. We'll see if we can dig that up later. All right, cool paper. I liked it. Don't see the problem of monads in programming languages. Maybe they don't translate well to the current hardware, but that's another problem. Okay, Breadmaker 2000. Tell me, what about monads does not translate well to current hardware? What is it? What is it about monads that is not implementable on current hardware? I would like to know. Sorry, we couldn't find this article. This is a slide, so it's probably not going to help us. It's a quote. He's making bread. He died in 1975 when I was a little kid. A citation. I can download an individual citation. Great. I still don't know what about monads makes them unimplementable on current CPUs. I'm interested to hear that. I'm interested to know. I'm not like, for something like this, like, it's such a scam. If I could just give them $5 to read this paper, I totally would. But I can't do that. I have to sign up and pay a subscription and get spammed. And that's just, I refuse to do that. I would pay $20 to read this article, but I am not going to sign up. That's too far. Too far. I need to find a book that I can buy from Amazon. Usually because people use the monads in the context of Haskell and we don't have a perfect solution for translating pure languages to current hardware. I don't know what pure language mean. If you mean functional language, I agree, but that has nothing to do with monads. That has to do with functional programming language. And it's not really true that we don't have a solution for translating those languages to hardware. It's actually the opposite. It's that those languages have no care for what the hardware actually is. They pride themselves in being as far from the hardware as possible. So therefore, it's completely unsurprising that they don't run fast, right? They're more concerned with mathematical formalism than they are with the implementation details of running on a computer. So it is absolutely no surprise that they run slowly. But that still has nothing to do with monads. I feel like there's no issue with monads so long as you basically are okay with abstracting the underlying setup. That is more correct, but that is not actually the correct answer, right? The correct answer is that a monad is not actually anything. It doesn't exist. Like, it's an idea that somebody had. It does not correspond to code in any way. So it doesn't make sense to say that monads are implementable or not implementable because they aren't code. They do not map to any, a monad does not map to anything that a computer does at all. It is just an idea. It's like saying ISA in object-orientedness maps to computers or doesn't. Although even that makes more sense than saying monads map or don't. They're about types. Okay, what are they about types? Tell me what the operation is that a monad corresponds to that is fast or slow. They have some kind of keep people in attitude. Exactly. I mean, all subscription services like that are like that, and that is hostile to me, right? So, in order to get this paper by those means, I have to engage in a process that is actively hostile to me, which is why I won't do it. So, I would like to get these things some other way. I actually have an ACM account, but I kind of don't want to encourage them either. It looks like I can't actually get the paper anyway, just the references. And this isn't even what I want. I want some stuff by the actual dude. Let's read a newer paper. A monad for a specific type has to be immutable, so loads of copies for just a single instance for a... No, because all these programming languages are type safe. So like you just prevent somebody from mutating it at the level of the type checker. But like again, you guys are confusing a couple of things, right? Like I don't yeah, I don't I mean, it's kind of like saying const. This is like saying const in C++ doesn't map to hardware. It's like, what does that even mean? Const variables in C++ are immutable. Yeah. Yes, and hardware does immutability just fine, by the way. Yes, that is also true. Obviously, they're implementable or Haskell would not. You're just talking nonsense. Again, look at my other analogies. All right. I am mixing different ways of thinking. No, I am talking in terms of like computers. It's yeah, never mind. I'm arguing with functional language people is kind of pointless. I've learned, especially people who don't really understand functional languages. Um, yeah. Cosmic rays can flip bits. All right. So this is an abstract. How do I read the thing? Why? Like, this is again the problem with the current internet. There may be a version of this paper under reasonable terms that I can read right now. Yet Google search is also rigged to prevent me from discovering this by pointing me at things like ACM Digital Library, right? Does the author have a homepage? Research. Okay, I didn't look at what year it was. Oh, I don't see the string here. Teaching post classical computation 04. I guess that's not in this category. I don't see why it would be here. Nope. Oh, yep. Hey, look, I was able to get the thing. Oh, it's sideways. And it slides. All right, well, it doesn't look like it has that much to do with... This is more like, hey, how do we teach quantum computing? Anyway, I have rotate button on top. Oh, there we go. That's great. Comic Sans. Everyone knows all good research is done in Comic Sans. Okay, I mean, yeah, cool. This just doesn't have that much to do with the original thing. It's more like using that reference as a jumping off point. I want to read the original things. I don't want to read the biographical note. Is there a transcript? Or I guess it was a paper. Maybe not. Okay. Well, I can go to Oxford. Or no, Cambridge. Wait. No, in the Oxford archive, I can go to the reading room and read this. Anyone here live in Oxford? Okay. In the Bulletin of the Institute of Mathematics and its Applications, 1970. Let's look for that. (1970). However, we don't see it. Maybe they didn't have the appropriate issue. Is computing science? Nope. Not in there. Bummer. I guess no computer publications would publish it because they were all offended. Can I just get any books by this dude on Amazon? Literally none. I mean, let's just see what this is annoying. Like, Google is supposed to be cataloging the world's information. It's a 69 paper, not 70. Well, I couldn't find it anyway on that page. Save search off. Don't you wish you had one of those? Let's try this. It's gonna make me angry, but there you go. I just want to read this one paper. Not there. Not there. You know, is it .org? How do I search? Can I just search? There we go. That looks better. Oh, come on. No. No, that is not going to happen. It says or search string. With the DOI. I have no idea what DOI means. The DOI from the abstract. There is no abstract page, guys. We can't find anything on this paper except that it was in a particular publication. I guess we could try that. The Bulletin of the Mathematical whatever. Yeah, great. Oh, somebody found it. That's very good. Wait, no, this looks too new. This is way too new. This is somebody else's article. This is like somebody's letter to the editor. What is this? Campbell Kelly 1985. This is also not going to be the right thing. What are you guys doing sending me random links? All right. DOI is ISBN for papers. Okay. What am I doing clicking them? I don't know. This is why I am going to be faster to ban people. Okay, this is the biographical note though. This is actually useful. This is good. This is not actually what I wanted to read, but it is an interesting thing to read. This is not actually the target though. Let's see if it actually loads. All right. The dude died at the age of 59. I guess I only have 39 more years left after I turn 20 next year. No, 39 more. Yeah, did I say 39? That's a long time. Okay. I'm not that interested in personal stories, honestly. I just sort of wanted to know. Like, a lot of people like this kind of stuff. I just don't honestly. Like, everybody has one of these, and that's okay, and that's great. Program that composed love letters by randomly selecting suitable words. Okay. CPL left and Algol 60 right. You mean top and bottom, I guess? It's like denotational semantics, man. Ain't seen that in a while. All right, well, I'm still not going to be able to read the actual thing. Not even referenced in here. Not even referenced. Well, are we done reading papers? There is no bibliography. He was notoriously reluctant to commit himself to academic writing. Some of his major work remain unfinished or unpublished. So this is from the Strachey 100 event at Oxford. I mean, this is just a... This is just, this statement is false, right? Like, great. All right. We didn't get to see more than this, which we already... This is what made me want to look at the thing. This, in fact, guys, this is very suspicious. This looks like a screenshot of the Knuth article that we were reading where it quoted this paper. I'm not sure about that, but I suspect. Anyway. is that table below, not the content. I mean, this is one piece of the content. Sure. Knuth might have a copy. Yeah. I mean, probably several high-powered universities, libraries have copy. Since I know what year and what journal it's in, I could just go try to find it, right? But it just, eh, eh, eh. All right. Are we done reading papers, or should I dig out a different paper somehow? I mean, there's a lot of things that I want to read, but they're mostly books in book form that I have around my room and or office. So I might switch to that. We might just end the stream right now and raid somebody else, and then maybe we'll do some more programming later. I don't know. I don't know. We've been streaming for 4 hours. We shipped a beta of the programming language. That was great. All right. Time for a default metaprogram. No, that's too big for right this second. I might do a stream later or not, depending on what my Valentine's evening plans are. If we do a stream, we might do game console stuff. Or I might do that off stream. Who knows? Default metaprogram, though, is a good idea for coming soon. That it's time to do that, for sure. Hiring physics programmers, no. We don't really do that kind of thing right now. All right, let's find if there's another paper reading stream. Probably not. Smile with us and our friends, Dash Ducks. But why is Dash Ducks so popular? Must be a scam in some way. I mean, I understand liking ducks, but come on. Retro Remix, Kid Icarus. Is that?
Good snake.
Yay.
Bam, 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 bam.
Is he making the game? What is he doing? Draw on the game. That's not good. TypeScript, no. Baby's first Rust library. Have I found game engine programmer already? No, I haven't looked at the. I won't look at the replies until Tuesday, because that's our next work day. I mean, I'm working, but I'm doing programming, not team management stuff. So, learning JavaScript. This is Blender. I don't know, guys. It's rough. Unity ECS. Let's make Breakout. Docs and tutorials for what? Oh my goodness. Set full screen in Markdown for C# for graphics device. All right, we'll do this. Thanks, everybody. And maybe we'll be on again tonight. Maybe not. See you later.